Alright, let's get it started. We are doing our figures like always. Hey, how's it going, Kit? Glad to see that your internet is working enough for you to be here. I'm doing alright. I'm just a little tired. I woke up on time. I fixed my sleep schedule just in time for me to ruin it tomorrow on Friday. Now we're just doing our figures. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but you know, it is what it is. At this point, it's par for the course, so. So what's the plan for you? When are you moving back to the city? Uh-huh. Last week of September. Well, maybe, you never know. Maybe the internet will get better by then. Well, it came out of nowhere, so maybe it'll get fixed out of nowhere. That's always my policy. Any problem that happens for no reason can be fixed for no reason. Never give enough time to the legs here. Well, I lied. I just gave enough time to the legs. Well, that's good. Far along is the comic. We are on the last music is dying. It's not dying on my end, so that's problematic. We are on the last page, basically. I finished up the next page. So we're on the last panel of page 4, and then we just have what's it called? Page 5 to do. Is it? It feels like I haven't done hardly anything at all, right? It feels like I should have been faster. It feels like I should have been able to knock it out in the weekend. At least for pencils, right? For pencils, I feel like it should have been way faster. Right? They're gonna ask me how long did this take, and I'm gonna say a week. But I was working like half time. You know, I was doing mostly on stream. So I was also not working fully on that stream. I'm not like I feel like I'm gonna have to come up with a whole bunch of excuses as to why it took me a week to do. Right? If we finish it today, it's a week exactly because we started it Friday, right? I think we worked on it over the weekend a little bit, so almost exactly a week. Pencils plus line art. This isn't. I haven't done any line art, and I haven't done any shading. Hey, how's it going? How's it going, Turtle? I haven't done any of that. You are losing your mind from the internet. I pronounce you with needing to touch grass. This is uh-oh. Yep, uh-oh. Big uh-oh. They've been pronounced with needing grass. Check out my badge. Okay, I see that your badge is blue, I think. I like how this guy's just like sitting here and he's just got a knife. I think it's really funny. Like, what is the fucking context for this? It's really funny because as like a figure drawing, it has no context. It's just like, it's got a knife. Oh, no, it's grass. Congratulations, you've touched grass. You found a way to be more terminally online by touching grass than instead of doing actual things. Congratulations? Question mark. Congrats. I didn't get anything really out of that. John Samurai. Robbie the Roman? Ronnie the Roman? Something like that. Hmm. I always get confused as to where the hands are here. Because one hand crosses over the other. Right? And it's hard to tell because of all the black. What a fucking silhouette. Jesus Christ. Alright. Clothes gestures are a different beast. They're fun. They're way less of an anatomy study and they're way more of like shape design. Like how much can you deform the human shape? Well, with it still looking human, right? So I think that's why they're cool. And why they're really good. Because most of the time people are not naked, right? Surprising as it may be to most people, myself included, people are not naked most of the time. Like I am not naked right now. I'm mostly naked, right? If you count pajamas as not clothes, right? I'm using a VTuber, so you guys have no idea whether or not I'm naked, right? But realistically speaking, I'm probably not, right? That'd be illegal, maybe. I don't know. Gesture flowchart. I don't know if there is a gesture flowchart that I can give, right? And I was distracted. Shit. My gesture for flowchart, my flowchart for gestures, right, is basically just, okay, what is the most iconic thing about this pose in 2 seconds? I have 2 seconds to look at this pose, maybe even less. What is the most recognizable thing on here? Is it the torso? Is it the legs? Is it the head, right? Which of these things makes sense to me immediately, right? What can I get the perspective on immediately, right? If it's the head, I draw the head. If it's the torso, I draw the torso. Yay, Monster Hunter. Right? Whatever it is, whatever I can get like the perspective without thinking, that's the thing I'm drawing first. That comes with practice though. So you gotta kind of like do it until you've got it. So the flowchart is kind of just like, until you can see that, you're not gonna make any progress, realistically. The thought process when following contours. That's even like, I'm not doing, like I said, I'm not really doing contours, right? I'm trying to give informative lines for the perspective. It just so happens that a lot of shapes, like for example, the hair, doesn't have any perspective to give. So it looks like I'm just drawing contour shapes. But what I'm really doing is I'm looking for, right, is this the base of a triangle? Is this the outside of a cylinder? Like what is the perspective on this? How do I curve this here? Blah, 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 all that stuff. And I'm losing out on time because my fucking pen is not working, and that upsets me greatly. Let me pause this really quick because I'm on a new page to take a look at chat. What is this conversation? In regards to mark making. Actually do gestures instead of asking for a flowchart. Exactly, right? There's no shortcut to this kind of stuff, right? The flowchart is do the gesture. Get it wrong. You beat your head against this until you get it right. There is no flowchart for it, right? You can kind of like, I have a process, sort of, maybe, like, realistically, probably. In practice, no, not really. Like, if I was to give, like, how do I do gestures? The next time you see me do a gesture, it's going to be different. Right? Or the next time you see me do a unique gesture, it's going to be different, right? Because every form is different, right? Sometimes I'm like, man, I don't understand this. I need to look at this from a purely geometric point of view. Or this would look better if I cut away all of the inside details, right? For example, if we were to go back to, where is it? This guy right here, right? If we were to go back to this guy right here, I made the conscious decision to only do form lines for the arms, right? And a silhouette for pretty much everything else, a shape design for everything else. Why did I do that? Well, the answer is because the human form that I was representing was already very confusing, right? If I just tried to draw that, or if I tried to like box this and then like pelvis here, right? And then like leg and stuff, those are all made up forms. I can't see those in the figure, right? But what I can see is the arm shapes, right? So that's what I targeted, right? I targeted that because I needed it to make sense for me to draw this sword in, right? So that's what I did. I tried to elucidate in like the few amounts of like what I have working here, right? And I started with the head because the head is the one thing that's not really blended together with everything else. But it really depends heavily on what you're drawing, right? I drew this guy completely different from, looking around here, from this guy right here. This guy I drew torso first, right? I do the head last because the head was the tiny little piece of whatever. It didn't work, right? I drew the torso and I was like, oh shit, I forgot to add the belly. So I just finished up the rib cage and I added the belly for it. And then I know butt sticks out a little bit. So I butt sticks out a little bit. It's very piecemeal. I'm always thinking about the push and pull between form and silhouette. Woo. All right, let's get back to it. Does learning perspective help? Yes. Does learning proportions help? Yes. Does just kind of doing it without thinking help? Honestly, a little bit, yeah. Just like, don't worry about it and do it. And then worry about your training everywhere else. And this is more of the reinforcement of that training, right? You're trying to get to the point where perspective happens without thinking about it, right? So what you do is you do a bunch of figures after you've done some perspective, and you see if you're at the point where you're like doing the perspective without thinking about it. Because that's what I'm doing, right? I'm not really thinking about perspective. I'm just kind of like, yeah, this looks right enough, right? But if I see it's wrong or something, I know, hey, this is wrong because that's too thick. And then the leg comes down here, and then the torso, and then the leg connects down there, and then the head. That's way too fucking massive. Boop, 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 pass. Why is it wrong to look up AI art for inspiration? How is that stealing art? AI itself is just reorganizing existing ideas into different ones. So what is the difference between me doing that manually or taking an idea from an AI drawing? So, do you ever get the feeling when you watch AI like videos, or if you've seen like some AI art, you're like, you look at it, I was like, oh, that's cool. And then you're like, what did I just see? what's that weird unnerving feeling that I had? Like you go back and you look at it and you're like already art is unalive, right? Like it's already not alive, right? Why does this feel extra unalive? Like it's like extra fake, right? This is the uncanny valley effect. And it's because your brain subconsciously just knows when something is not right. Okay? Is it wrong for you to get inspiration from AI art? Technically, no. But if you are still learning how to make stuff believable, you're not going to learn that from AI art, because AI art is going to give you none of that believability. It literally triggers within you the ability to be like, that didn't feel right. So AI art is somehow taking all of the same principles and they're making it unbelievable. I don't know how. And I know that the more people are exposed to certain like AI programs for art, the better they get at identifying it. So, you know, it's kind of that, do you want to be inspired by something that's going to give you that effect? There's nothing wrong with it, sure, but I feel like it can be damaging fundamentally for learning, right? Because you are not learning from something that is real, right? That is believable already. You're learning from something that is innately unbelievable. And decided to draw cute bunnies on a trampoline. Am I in the wrong? No, I don't think that's wrong. But are you going to use the video for reference? Or are you going to use trampolines and rabbits for reference? If you instead draw a bunch of rabbit girls jumping up and down on, or bunny girls jumping up and down on a trampoline, you're already one step beyond the machine, right? Yeah. I don't think that is stealing from an AI or whatever the fundamental things. That'd be dumb, right? But seeing the concept and being like, I want to do something different. Like here, we have a great example. And let's see if my thing will last. It would just be faster to close the figures. Is it? This one? No, that's more figures. More figures. Nope. Nope. Wow, there's a lot of fucking rocks back here, huh? Let's see, can I find this? Nope. Figures, animal figures, animal figures. Eyes. Figures. We are too far gone. Trying to find the specific folder really quick. Here we go. This one. This drawing was, and give me 1 second to continue and pause. Take another 5 minutes to talk. Chasing anything I do on social media and I wanted to draw it. I accidentally shared a AI painting of this character, right? And I was like, you know what? I can fucking do it better, right? I couldn't, because I never finished it, because I got lazy, I moved on to a different project, or I got lost in certain coloring aspects. The point is, I was like, I'm kind of pissed that I got tricked by this AI thing, so I'm going to draw this AI, draw the character for myself. Here we go. That's pretty much it. Hey, welcome back, Sek. Wow, this has been a long time. I hope you are feeling much better. But that's when I say it's like I don't think you are cheating or doing anything. I don't think you're doing anything wrong, really. I think you're just, you know, going with whatever. People calling you Adele for doing it. Do they? Who says that? That's weird. Oopsies. We are just doing our figures, figure drawing. On YouTube mainly. I don't know who is saying that, but that's dumb. Quite frankly, I think it's dumb. If you have the ability to make something and you're not, the idea comes from wherever the idea comes from, I think that's fine. I don't really care, I'll be honest. Like, unless their argument is moving, but it doesn't really sound like the argument is moving because you have not given me anything, I guess. I want to say it's like, if the general like idea of it just kind of comes down to you shouldn't do it, it's like that's not a great idea. Having, I will come back. Yeah, glad to hear from you again. Oops, I forgot to put the lower part of the arm. Doing the mech studies. Yeah, go ahead and do some more simple stuff like I was showing you. I think that's for the best. I'm not back. I'm better. It's crazy how this guy like contorts his neck like this. You'd almost think he's a cartoon character. Happy birthday! Oh man, this guy is he got depression for his birthday. Keep making the head too small. Hey Sprung, I have a question about Aya. Aya? IA? Oh, AI. That makes sense. Sure. I'll answer it to the best of my ability, though my proficiency in the subject is not as high as some certain other people. I can only speak to it from the moralistic point of view that I have of it, which is I just don't see a purpose for it. In my field, at least. If I want to learn to make a game with Unity, what's the difference with mindlessly copying a tutorial and using AI? They both get the same outcome. YouTube tutorial. See, I believe that this comes down to this fundamental misunderstanding of what a tutorial is, right? A tutorial is not, I need to learn how to make this thing, so I'm going to Google a tutorial to make a platforming game so that I can copy it step by step and do everything exactly without thinking about it, right? A tutorial is meant to give you insight on where all these tools and practices are. And so you're supposed to follow a lot of tutorials in the sense that I've made a donut tutorial, I've done a chair tutorial, I've done this tutorial, I've done whatever tutorial. Now I'm making a trumpet in a 3D blender or whatever, right? So what I need to do is think about, oh, I remember a great place to start from this tutorial that I followed was to map it out like this. And then, oh, I remember a great way to do, what's it called? The smoothing for the vertices is from like in the chair tutorial, and you do this, right? And you're combining, it's like, watching a tutorial is like mentally placing a tool on the shelf within arm's reach. And then when you put into practice what you've learned, what you're doing is you're reaching for the shelf to grab the tool that you learned from. And then you're like, man, I remember they said this about the tool, but I don't remember what exactly. Let me go back and see where this function was that I remember seeing. And you go back and you done like, oh, there we go. And now you have made a trumpet 3D model that is really high quality and very good. But there is no tutorial out there for a trumpet, right? You now know how to make anything you want in 3D. And as you keep putting these things into practice, it becomes more and more second nature. If you had an AI do it, you are never going to learn that yourself, right? It's just like, hands down, you didn't do it, right? That's it. Why does that matter to you? I don't know. If you find yourself in a position where you can't use the AI, but you have the tool, if you knew how to do it fundamentally, you would still be able to do it. Which is why I, with very little modeling experience, right? The one modeling class I took in college, I failed. It's the only class I ever failed, by the way, right? But I can still model things in Blender, not because I have been putting a ton of hours practicing modeling, but because I fundamentally understand how forms take on shapes and how to refine those forms down into what I want them to be, right? And there is a clay blending mode in Blender, right? I haven't been making 3D models with vectors and lines and dots and drawing it all out. I've been doing 3D models in Blender using the ZBrush, whatever thing, right? Which basically just makes it easy for me to make a model like I'm molding clay. So I understand how to make something look like something else. So if all of the fundamental like modes of making it work. Hey, how's it going, Evan? We were talking about Blender. We're talking at a greater degree the difference between a tutorial and having an AI do it for you. I would always tweak the code and whatnot to be how I wanted. The core of the code was still AI/tutorial, but I did know how to tweak the very basic beginner level things. Sure, but let me pause and continue really quick. Here's my main problem with that, right? If you switch over to instead of Unity, you switch over to Godot, right? Do you know how to look through the fundamental code? Do you know how to look through the, what's it called? What is the documentation of the code to be able to implement things? Did you manage to learn that skill while you were using the AI? Probably not. Hey, how's it going, Ophelia? So you can no longer switch from Unity, right? You are now trapped in Unity. You have no concept of how to look through documentation to find out how to implement the tools that you want to, right? You just know how to do it the way that Unity does it, and you just know how to do it the way that the AI tells you how to do it. Does Godot have AI implementation? I don't think so, right? Exactly. Black boxes obscure information, right? They make you more complacent, more easy to manipulate, and more easy to abuse, right? You now might say, well, I'm never going to live in a world without AI. But guess what? Now, whoever charges for the AI can charge whatever they want because they know that you can't do anything without the AI. Exactly. Thank you, Alvin. Which is not to say anything, like Turtle is asking an explanatory question, right? They want to understand. And for me, it is, I have a deep appreciation and understanding for like, I fundamentally understand how this works. And I really enjoy that. If you don't, and it doesn't matter that much to you, honestly, who gives a shit, right? Like, I personally will respect it less because I can't talk shop with you about it, right? I can't ask you about, oh, what does the code do? And it's like, oh, I put the AI in to do this and it does that. It's like, oh, okay, so how did the level design, how did you come up with those ideas? Like, well, I prompted the AI to just get a good thing, right? Whatever. And it's like, all right, cool. And that conversation stops there. Mods, kill that man. Thank you, mods. Okay, but if I only learn C#, I'm not going to know GDScript. You're right, but if you learn C# through the process of looking through documentation to implement it, you now have the fundamental skill for all coding languages, which is the logic behind for loops, if, then, whatever, Boolean, stuff like that, and then being able to find that information for implementation in the documentation. You're thinking about the wrong thing. The coding language is not the end goal of coding. Coding is a manner of logical steps. If this, then this. How can I turn these like simple processes into multiple things? Oh, my Firefox crashed. Oopsies. Ba, 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 ba. Oops, there goes all of this. 1 second. I'll get it back in a second. Luckily, I didn't have anybody. I sometimes use it for boilerplate, but then I debug, and if I can't understand it, I don't use it. Exactly, right? Because if it breaks, you don't know how to fix it. What's going on? Oh, Hey Ophelia, we were just having Turtle had a question about the difference between like having an AI do it and learning from a tutorial, because the result is the same where you both make the same platformer or whatever, right? The same game. And so Turtle wanted to know, is there really a fundamental difference? And I said, if you care about the learning, if you care about being versatile, if you care about understanding, there's a big difference. If you don't, if you just want the results, then no, not really. Technically, there is not much of a difference other than the fact that once you get addicted to AI, quote unquote, it's like AI is the only way you can do it, then they can charge you whatever they want because AI is the only way you can do it. The idea for my coding is to know exactly what my code does and exactly how to readjust or modify the code, which is why when it comes to coding, the end goal is to know how to problem implementation, algorithms, code itself, avoid using AI as much as possible. There's nothing wrong with the people who want to ask that question about, why can't I use AI? And the answer is you can, right? But it's kind of this progression of the reduction of people thinking for themselves. And me personally, I enjoy thinking for myself. I don't want an AI or a robot to make my decisions for me for any reason. Even if I make bad decisions, right? I'm alive to have agency and make my own choices, even if they're bad choices. That is the luxury of being human, of being alive, right? And unfortunately, we're trying to give anxiety to the robot because there's a whole bunch of like stories about how the AI uninstalls itself after being unable to debug code. It's really funny. Let me pause here a second. One last question. If I code something completely myself and it won't work after several hours, is it okay to copy and paste my code into an AI, see what's wrong with it? I would always recommend taking your code and asking a friend or someone, because then you can debug with somebody, you can make a friend, right? I think I only use it for my Google Translate text-to-speech voice when I can't speak. Yeah, it's a use for it. So IT dating app turned out how it did. Not knowing what is written in your code is extremely dangerous and opens the road to a plethora of securities and vulnerabilities. So my recommendation, right, Turtle, is if you've come to like a dead end where you don't understand why your code's not working, and you've tried like rubber ducking to yourself to like a little whatever, I think there's plenty of people in the community that also do coding that can help you out with the logic that's going through. So if you break it down into the fundamentals of pseudocode and then bring it up, I'm sure that Kit would love to help. I could help you with stuff. Rubber ducking is when you talk to a rubber duck on your desk, because sometimes the process of like speaking out loud what's going through helps you spot logical fallacies, right? So it's like, well, what I'm doing is I'm taking the inputs from this and I'm running it through this for loop. And the for loop breaks out when I hits 7, right? And every time it runs through, I'm adding to y, and it's, oh, fuck me, I'm adding to y, I'm not adding to I, so it's always stuck in the for loop. And then, so basically just by saying it out loud, it's like kind of writing down your math problem, you can kind of double check. So rubber ducking is a term in computer science where you speak to an inanimate object or someone else. And when you say these things out loud, it helps you spot these fallacies. No, I have a dog. Where'd he go? There's my dog, back there. He's asleep. I just talked to my dog. We can summon him with a treat, right? Yeah. Here you go, buddy. There he is. Yeah, plushies is the same thing, right? It doesn't have to be necessarily a rubber duck. The term was just coined because a person used a rubber duck. I graduated IT school. They gave us each a rubber duck as our graduation present. That's really funny. But yeah, right? It's that kind of this idea that you're smarter than you give yourself credit to, and together we are very strong and like capable, right? Don't let social media, don't let AI, don't let any of these things that are designed to isolate us, to keep us engaged with like media, don't let any of that kind of get in the way of understanding the basic human condition, which is, hey, there's other people out there who are also interested. If anything, just because you were nice to them and they want to be nice to you. People love to help other people. But yeah, that's why I'm not a huge fan of AI, because it encourages people to just do it themselves, and like not in a good way because they don't learn anything, and then it just isolates themselves even more. But like, it's a cult, and that's what cults do. So I should not have spent this much time on the face, right? I also made them way too big. Holy shit, dicks. What the fuck? This is an insane amount of motion in this guy right here. Whew. It's like, I want to get out of the way of AI a little bit, right? Because there are fantastic ways to use AI, right? Like, people always talk about, get AI out of here, get these fucking clankers out, right? And it's like, okay, first of all, the way that media and like corporations are using it is awful, and it's really, there's no reason for it. But the way that like science and technology is using AI, even some like insurance companies as like a text reader or something, is effective, right? And the problem is when it kind of just serves as a way to pull us away from each other, I guess. Us three. But I'm not a fucking AI talk company. I am a fucking, I do art and play video games sometimes when I'm not stressed about unemployment. Good for things like cancer identification. Yeah, exactly. The amount of like peptin bonds that it can like simulate is wildly outside of the league of what human beings can comprehend, right? Like there's a really powerful tool in there that people are using the wrong way in a lot of places, in a lot of spaces. So I don't want to take away from that. Like the insane thing, I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna finish these drawings before I talk about this, because otherwise I'm gonna be paused on this forever, and we're gonna spend 3 hours on figures instead of just the 1 hour that I'm supposed to. Yeah, and the last one. Hey, how's it going, Diavola? How are you doing? Hopefully well. Not doing any mooding today, but alright, awesome. Cool. Let me back up a little bit. AI is good for things like problem is when they replace actual human work with subpar AI assistants. AI customer solutions and hallucinate solutions. Yep. When you have two-factor authentication on your alt email, don't care about but not on your main email because I'm an absolute idiot. It depends. And I think that the replacement of labor, right, is not a bad thing, right? Personally, I don't know about you guys, but I would rather not have to work, right? I would rather not have to work. And I think that if we get to the point where we can mechanize all labor, I think that's fine, right? The problem is that people are going to starve because of it. And that's obviously not good. And why are people going to starve because of it? Because we don't have a system in place to manage people that don't need to work, right? We have a ridiculous inequality of wealth between poor people and very rich people, right? And I mean wealth as in like they own assets. They own the land that you live on. They own your house through a mortgage that you have to pay back. They own like resources, like literally like the ground that grows the trees that they cut down and ship out to like produce other things, right? They own the factories, they own the machines, they own all these things, right? And you as a poor person don't own any of that. I believe that we need to like put some sort of wealth tax, right? Or a land value tax or something. You can do whatever you want, exactly, right? I don't think AI will ever replace art because it doesn't matter how good AI gets. If I tell AI to draw something, I didn't draw that. And I don't care about how good it looks. I care that I drew it. They can't replace that. Even if it like is a robot arm that grabs my hand and draws with it, I didn't draw that. No, I don't think it's like that either. People fail to realize the very mundane dystopia that we already live in, right? And that's fine, right? I feel like it would be nice to be able to own a house someday, right? I'd love to grow a garden. I would love to have a workshop. I would love to do some bee husbandry, right? I would love to do all of these things, right? And that's never going to happen if I am constantly getting outcompeted for these resources by people with obscenely more wealth than me that came not from them doing hard work, but from then having generational wealth that they then compounded on because they literally had nothing else to spend the money on than buying more assets that appreciate in value, because assets almost always appreciate in value if you hold on to them long enough. And the problem is poor people can't afford to hold on to assets long enough for them to accrue profit. They lose money and they have to sell it. And they sell it to a rich person who can then put it in a portfolio where they don't care if it loses money for 100 years. Eventually it'll gain money. So, you know, I think that if you work, you should be taxed less, right, on the work. And if you just own value, you should kind of tax that stuff. What do you mean, Sprung? Just pick yourself up from the bootstraps. Ah, yeah, you know, just those good old bootstraps that everyone has. I'm sorry, Maho. I'm gonna go get a soda. I will be right back. So I have all of this. I have all of this chicken stock, right? I don't know when it's gonna go bad because it's very well sealed, right? What's it called? My chicken stock. I put it in the fridge when it was hot, and so it sucks down the thing on top, right? The maid only came in 5 times a week. My whole family had to share one cart. That's actually a struggle here in the States. I'd love to be able to create libraries, create things, and perform if I didn't have the work. Yeah, exactly, right? I'm trying to see if I can get this job doing penciling or apprenticeship or something with Dynamite Comics, as Kit has kindly gotten me their publisher or editor, I think. The editor's number and email. We'll see how that goes. I don't know if that will affect my streaming times, but hopefully it'll let me pay rent. And we'll see where that goes from there, I guess. Anyway. Let's get going on. First, let's save, because I've had it crash on me before. That's the wrong place to save. Save? It's so nice to have a car at all. A cat costs as much as a house in my country? What the hell? A car. Okay. I don't even know what Red Sonja is. Man, like, I can't imagine. That's rough, right? Right here, a car costs about as much as a down payment on a house, but America has a culture of debt. So you are expected to go into debt to get a car. You are expected to go into debt to get a house, right? You know? I don't know. That's why it would be so cool if I could get my own workshop. I can get like a mill. I could make some like fucking diesel engines in my home, like just like fucking milling out the precision tolerance for a fucking engine, a V8 engine, and just like strap it onto a fucking scooter and do some real fucking YouTube engineering shit. Have you guys seen hold on, have you guys seen The Backyard Scientist? Do you guys know who I'm talking about when I say that? If I say Backyard Scientist, does anyone know what that means? Okay, hold on. Let's pull up. We're just gonna pull up the YouTube video. I'm gonna watch like the intro to this one. Michael Reeves is a pretty good similar thing.
Scientist here, and today
oh
in
shit,
Florida,
hold on.
It's about 90 degrees.
He's a Florida scientist. And where's my reference? Here it is. That's the wrong one. Nope. Where is it? Okay. So this is The Backyard Scientist. From the recommended video alone, he might have been investigated by the FBI. I'm not 100% sure. So he's designed stuff like this.
Today I woke up, went to the bathroom, and got out of bed. I have been checking the mail every morning for a letter from the US military because 5 years ago, I created this, my greatest invention, and the United States military has stolen it from me. They took a bomb,
that makes sense,
out, and put knives on it. I mean, look at this, look at this, look at it! It's the exact same thing. They put more knives on it. I've been waiting. They've never asked for my permission. They've never sent me a thank you card. The least they could have done is put my name on the rocket. I'm gonna steal back my idea from the US military. So originally, I thought you could just buy really big rocket motors. But you actually need a license to buy anything bigger than this because they claim it's too dangerous. Well, guess what, rocket nerds? I figured out how to make my own fuel, and it's twice as dangerous. I melted down some rocket on low heat, and then added some fuel to it. Then I poured the mixture of rocket fuel to cardboard tubes. This rocket contains 50 grams of fuel, and this rocket contains 500 grams of fuel. I did some tests
Jesus
and I quickly
Christ.
discovered there is a fine line between a rocket and a stick of dynamite. I cut the fuel into sections and loaded it into the rocket casing. And then I made a nozzle by heating up this little metal pipe on my lathe until it was white hot, and then I jammed this metal cone into the end of it to form
Jesus
a nice
Christ.
nozzle shape. Boom, just like that, you've got a rocket. And I want to see how fast it will go. I made a 3D model of the knife rocket, and it should weigh about 1,500 grams, or like 3 pounds. So if I put these steel weights on the end of this rocket,
Yeah,
it'll
this
weigh about the
is,
same as it should weigh when there's knives on it.
American Florida,
First
right?
test. Target's about 200 feet back that way, so I just want to make sure that it'll work before I buy everything and make everything. Here's the rocket. Nothing shot out. The nozzle is still there, but the weights are gone. I wonder where the weights went. Holy no way. They're like 4 inches in the tree. That's wild. After playing back the footage frame by frame, I calculated the rocket to be going over 300 miles per hour. Now I don't really need to explain the next part. I basically just bought some kitchen knives and put them on the rocket. 240 holes, 168 rivets. Do you know how long it takes to make one of these things? I'm talking about making molds from 3D printed parts, casting the knife
Into a
bolts out of
tree,
aluminum,
into
cutting the
solid
handles off
wood
the
of
knife,
living
all in
tree.
the middle of
That's
a hurricane.
resin.
Oh, did you want to drill?
It's a
through
it's
with a normal drill bit? All right, here's a trick the elites don't want you to know. You can actually sharpen these carbide-tipped masonry bits and use them to drill through hardened steel.
I'm
And
telling
makes
you,
these
man.
rockets. So I was trying to figure out how to launch the rocket, so I built this model to see if it'll work. I attached a tube to the rocket and suspended it on a cable. So if I just placed the target under the cable, the rocket would only ever halfway hit it. So I fixed that by holding up the end of the cable with a smaller cable. So the rocket will fly down here, break the smaller cable, and go right through the target. Perfect hit every time. Well, I haven't tried it yet, but let's try it.
Didn't have the
2,
stream missile
1.
picky Listen,
Whoa! It went right through
Watch your
it.
mind,
So now I
sure.
need to find somebody with a
We-
lot of
we-
land
listen,
to
if we
see
had-
that these rockets are perfectly safe. And I can't believe he fell for it.
Oh, for what?
Oh my god, I said that out loud. Anyway, thank you, Derek, for letting me use your property.
So here's the
So-
setup. On this side, this is the launch section, and 400 feet down that way is the target area.
It's the same setup as my tests, but scaled up to 400
Before
feet.
this
I
launches,
used
right?
Dynamo for the cable.
I want to ask you guys, what is the fundamental difference between a real missile and this missile? Because the answer is just quantity, right? They just put more of the same fuel in it. This is an actual real missile. And as we watch this video, I want you to keep that in mind.
And paracord for the breakaway.
Now, I know I joke about safety a lot, but I have taken every precaution to make sure that this experiment is 100% safe. Most importantly, the knives on the rocket make it extremely nose-heavy and aerodynamically unstable. So without the string to guide it, the rocket would
Technically-
spin like this, end over end through the air, and eventually just drop out of the sky within a few hundred feet. And that's fine because there's nothing in that direction for like a couple miles. So let's try the first experiment. I think I'm ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
When I press this button, the rocket should go off. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Whoa!
I think it worked!
Do you think it worked?
It's just
did we
fucking
hit?
gone. Let me go to the one where it explodes. Oh, here's the fun one. This is the car explosion.
See, at least I'll give him credit for stealing my idea.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. I think we nailed it, dude. Did you hear that crash? Oh,
Also, just in case for the explosions,
a new rocket hit our target down there, which is a bunch of propane tanks and the teddy bear. We're gonna get the teddy bear this time. Okay. 3, 2,
right?
1.
This is safe. This is fine. This is...
It worked. It looks like it hit the ground right there, and it's still hot on the thermal camera.
So before anything like happens, right? Before we talk about like safety and anything else, I want to assure all of you that if I had lots of land, I would be doing the exact same thing, okay? Like, there is fundamentally no difference between what this man is doing and what I would be doing. I would maybe do some more, like, artistic sculptures. Probably, right? But if I had the space and the money to do all of these, like, experiments that deal with a whole bunch of, like, all of this, I would do that. Sounds cool as hell. And I could call it research under the fact that I'm researching for, I don't know, the fucking art project or animation. I don't care. I'll make up something. I mean, he's had those Indian safety sandals. So he's maybe, and I know this is antithetical to what I just said, maybe it's a good thing that the wealthy people own all the land, because otherwise I'd be doing this shit. No, that can't be right. That would mean that I would have some fallacy in my own logic. And that's just not true. Anyway, let's pop the relaxing music back on. I'm sorry, I mean the heroic music back on. And let's do some more figure. 5 milk jugs with gasoline. Jesus Christ. Honestly, right? Like, listen. Wouldn't you want to be able to blow it up just once, right? Just one time. Aren't you tired of being nice? Don't you just want to go apeshit? Fuck me. I think the part is gonna get clipped or I say I would do the exact same thing. Alright, well, whatever. That's gonna be like held in court evidence by the FBI. Alright, well, 30 more minutes of figure drawing and then we are done. We're going on to handling comics. Mm-hmm. Man, I really was unsure about where his butt was going to be, huh? I think another good way to get into like the feel for perspective and forms and stuff is like, well, it has to end here because it has to do this, right? The arm has to end here because this is where the floor is, and the elbow has to meet the floor. It doesn't go through the floor. And so you can get some things where the perspective looks really good here, or like the proportions are fine because of that. We are functionally like looking through stuff because of all that junk. The video you're looking for isn't in your saves now. You gotta go look through all your likes. Oof. I don't watch videos more than once, usually. I did watch the Lindsay Alice video the other day, which was very interesting. highly recommend it. As well as that, like, the heroic trope, right? I recommend that video too. That was a really fun video. I don't know. They're long. They're both very long videos, so I don't know if anyone actually watched them, but they're pretty good. Longer videos on stupider topics. What do you mean? Oh, well, the topics are really nice. I like the topics, at least. So I spent so much time on the torso. Your topic's stupid. That's fair. I get that. I get what you're trying to say. Is that you've watched videos on, like, I don't know, the drama between Leffen and H3H3 or whatever. Leffen? I think. I don't fucking know, man. I literally had that moment a little earlier today. I opened a video and it's like, let me tell you everything I know about this right-wing media, and I was like, I don't actually give that much of a fuck. I'm sorry. I do not care about this drama. I wanted to learn something, and I've discovered that your cold call is turning me into a hater. I don't never watched that YouTube video before in my life. I just like, or that YouTube channel. Just like the way they opened it was like, okay, this is, you have gone down your own rabbit hole. Have I done this one? I don't think I have. The woke, it's not the woke mind virus. Jesus Christ. Gotta be careful with that. That's a dog whistle, you know? Why is Superman woke? I don't know, maybe because you made truth and justice fucking the thing that you're standing against. What the fuck do you mean? Yes. Woke is apparently truth and justice, according to conservatives sometimes. Woke is anything they don't like, which sometimes is truth and justice. Oh, that is a stinky doggy. What the hell, man? You pooped this morning. It's just sexy bears? No, you'd wish it was sexy bears, though, right? I'd rather have it be sexy bears than, like, something else. I don't know. In 2016, I was conditioned to think woke was bad. Nowadays, I support a lot of it. Yeah, it's honestly, unfortunately, it's just a conservative way to just call people slurs, right? Like, you can't get mad at somebody for calling you woke, but what it means is they're calling you a slur. Right? They use it the same fucking way. The same venom in their eyes. Like, they want you to feel like it's an insult. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's the entire strategy of the alt-right, is to kind of just like appropriate symbols and then devalue them as much as they can so that they can point and say, you guys don't stand for anything. And then on the other side, they just kind of fall for it every time. I don't know. Like, I'm sure they have grand aspirations for like how things should be, but it's like neither party is getting results. And the only thing that's happening is that everything's getting worse for everybody, except for the very rich people. Because it promotes inequality. And who benefits from inequality? People who are on the top of the stack. It's just the way it is. That's 4 rows. Wow, I spent a lot of time. Oop, let me pause. There's a lot to catch up on in chat. It's just masculine security. No, I actually had a very productive conversation with my friends last night, right? Well, we can talk about it more in a second here, but it's politics, we can have that. Remember back then, I was shocked when someone said cucks, SJW, or soy boy. Now, whenever I hear it, it's just like, what is this? Exactly, right? It's just like, they never grew out of those spaces. You're really smart and weirdly know how like everything works. I saw a video of a guy riding a skateboard on fire. Any guesses how it would be possible? What do you mean? Like, how is the skateboard on fire? How is the man not getting burned? Or how does the skateboard not fall apart? But to touch back on the other part of well, we can talk this one. So basically, there's a couple of ways to light things on fire and keep it on fire, right? One way is to like have propylene jelly, right? So basically, this is an oil-based jelly, lubricant, whatever. They also have like a prop version of it. It acts both as, yeah, basically that. It is a very thin jelly if it's a jelly. And what it does is it is much more flammable than the other thing, while also having a very low heat point, and also acts as a semi-insulator for the objects. Now, this does mean that you can't put it out with water. You have to put it out with like fire extinguishers, right? But think of it as like you took gelatin and you mixed in ethanol or something, or some sort of alcohol. And that's how you can kind of make something that will like spontaneously be on fire, right? The reason the person probably wasn't hurt is because they probably sprayed it down in a fire retardant. So there's a bunch of sprays you have which act as fire suppressors or fire retardants. And 2, they probably were wearing some like thermal insulation underneath their clothes. Remember that was also the year of cringe compilations. You have any sort of interest, you were cringe, right? There's been such a fucking collapse of like people being smart and interested in things because of the intellectualism movement of the like early 2000s, late 1990s, right? Where it's like, if you could just like point out one small like flaw that somebody got wrong, they were forever like, you're no longer allowed to speak on the subject with authority, right? And it's like, that is so fucking stupid. It is so fucking dumb that like people can't be wrong, right? Let me pause and continue real quick. The other thing I want to talk about was way back a little bit. Kit was talking about masculine insecurity, right? I had a conversation with my friends last night, and I was like, you know what I hate more than anything? I hate whiteness, right? The concept of whiteness, right? Because I'm not white. I'm German Irish on my dad's side, and I'm fucking Hispanic, like Peruvian on my mom's side, right? And it upsets me a lot because I don't have any Irish heritage culture, any German heritage culture from my dad's side, because my grandmother is 3rd generation Irish and my grandfather, I think, is 4th or 5th generation German. They both grew up on farms, and they both have been like Americanized to the point where they have lost all like cultural roots, right? My grandmother couldn't teach me Gaelic. She didn't really know anything about Irish culture. My grandfather couldn't teach me German. He didn't know anything about German culture, right? And even if you're like, oh, well, no culture is a monolithic whatever, right? It still upsets me greatly that back in the day, there were signs that were like, Irish and blacks need not apply, right? That's part of my cultural history through my grandmother, right? Through there was a period in time where Irish people were seen as the same level as black people in like the social caste, right? And that, it doesn't bother me that they were the same caste, right? What bothers me is through the erasure of Irish culture, they were elevated, air quotes, into whiteness, which is so fucking stupid, right? Because all it does is it takes away and replaces, right? It erases and replaces. It does not include, it does not whatever. And this idea that I have to turn on the TV or I have to look at YouTube videos and some fucker with the same skin tone as me is saying the most hateful rhetoric that I've ever heard in my life, and I'm supposed to identify with this motherfucker because we have a similar skin tone? What the fuck? Like, why am I catching strays on social media about slavery? My grandparents, my great-great-grandparents weren't even in the country when that happened. Like, there's a lot of like, I understand that America as a whole has to take responsibility for slavery. I get that. There is a lot of misdirected anger and hate towards individuals because of this cultural erasure. And it's because of this misdirected hate that a lot of like young white men end up in the alt-right pipeline. Because they see that, well, this side is saying that men are the problem. This side is saying that white people are the problem. And then on the other side, it's guys that are like Nazis and shit. But at the very least, they're not telling you you're a problem because you were born white. Right? And I'm not saying that's what the left is saying, right? I'm not saying that's what the left is saying. The problem is that when they condemn all of this shit and then they say, oh, white people did this or white people did that, there's a lot of young, impressionable kids that don't know how to like sort through the historical context of that. There is no cultural grounding because for the last 200 years, white people have had their culture erased in not a similar way to black people, but in a way that has left them desolate and like adrift culturally. There's nothing grounding us. There's American culture, but that doesn't feel like yours when, oh, everyone that's American has American culture. It doesn't feel like you own anything of it. So these people feel like they don't own anything. They feel like immigrants are coming in and they're taking that from them because they don't have anything that they feel like. Because it doesn't matter if they're historically from a Norwegian country or if they come from Britain, Ireland, or whatever. They don't have any of that represented in their culture. They don't have any history that they feel like it belongs to them. The history they feel like belongs to them is just fucking bad things, right? And then the good things are TV dinners and a slop TV show that's going to be forgotten in the next year. Anyway, rant over. I'm going to be back to my figures. I'm sorry. it's man. That was a big gap session. I apologize. So I had that conversation with my friends about that. And it was like one of my friends was like, yeah, that's exactly how people get sucked into the alt-right pipeline. So I'm not saying you have to be empathetic to the people that are getting sucked into it, right? But there is a logical reason why it's happening, and some people are not as morally lucky as I am, I feel. Oop. Let me pause so I can read. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. SDF. People know less, know more? Kind of. It is. Yeah, you have to come to this, like, this level of cultural belonging in community, because otherwise people get sucked into this stuff. I grew up, part of the reason why I don't like to be associated with like any group, nationality, or whatever, it's why the reason I don't want to be associated with a gamer, I don't want to be associated with like artists or whatever, because it puts all of these like presumptions on it, right? And ever since I have grown up, I have always seen men as this violent force that commit rape, that kill people, that steal money from the lower class, right? It's always men, it's always white people, it's all these things. It's like, and it's they become the face of it. Because one, they're a majority in this country that I live in. And two, because a lot of them have the power. And it's just kind of the way it goes. And it sucks that, like, unfortunately, human psychology makes you remember the bad things way more than the other ones, right? Our races, personally, all white people are... Oops. Black people are thugs, all Asians are pervert, all brown. Yeah, it's an unfortunate thing, right? Everyone has stereotypes to deal with. It just sucks that because the stereotype that I'm associated with is in power and gets a lot of benefits, there's not much I can do about it, right? There's not much I can do, but like, I'm forced to associate with a group so that maybe I'll get hired for a job or something. It feels like a lot of my agency is taken away. Like the decision is made for me. It's like, sure, you could pick poverty, but you'll be picking poverty. And that sucks too. It is just one of those things that anyway. I think the cure to that is community, right? To not care about someone's culture or history or whatever, or even like perpetuate these things. Like, because even like you could say tech bros or whatever, right? And then like a whole bunch of people who did tech suddenly feel bad about stuff, right? We need to start associating names to problems instead of like groups, right? It's not white people that are having these Nazi rhetorics. It's Nick Fuentes, right? It's not men who increase sexual violence on women. It's Andrew Tate, right? It's like, you know, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know. That and like just being more open and willing to have conversations like this and talk to people, right? It's like, how do you guys feel about it, right? I don't necessarily know the races of the people in my chat, but I know some of the countries of origin from some people. So it can definitely vary into whole things. I'm just mostly scared about like a lot of problems happening because of this indoctrination of blaming a group, right? Like the video I was watching with Lindsay Ellis discussed the Rwandan genocide, right? There is currently more than one genocide happening on Earth right now. The one that's getting a lot of the attention is the Palestinian genocide by Israel. And it's just like, how do we confront all this? I think we just have to be together about it. We just have to talk about it, be open. You are please at least listen. The things that you can do with your hair tail is like really cool. I wish I could connect to a tree also. You are welcome here. Of the Rwandan genocide? Yeah. Well, there's radio. I don't know if that would be... I would recommend looking that stuff up. That sounds pretty horrendous. Just, you know, putting that out there. I made the head too small again. And didn't focus enough on the rest of the body. I think what scares me the most is like, if my mom passes away, I'm gonna have a ton of like cultural foods and like things to identify with her, right? And I'm gonna be able to keep her memory alive really easily by just doing a bunch of things that I did, right? If my dad passes away, I'm not gonna have nowhere near the same level of like cultural things to do, right? I could watch Thanksgiving and football games, I guess, but you know, how long are football games gonna be a thing? How long is Thanksgiving gonna be a thing, right? How long am I gonna be able to afford to make sirloin steak dinners like my dad would make? Right? We have to be a different kind of meat, but you know. Ugh, that's bad. That's awful. I hate that. What the hell? There we go. That's a little bit better. Pause. Sprung, can you help correct the perspective on my studies? At least help me see the inconsistencies. Yeah, take your time, girl. Sure, I can do that. No problem. I can do my best. That's all I can ever really do. Whenever I see this guy, I fucking laugh. I really like old Irish culture. Yeah, I used to just watch some of the Clancy brothers some years ago. I wish I had done more to get into like Gaelic and stuff. I do more German than I do Gaelic, but still like. Is that so? You said Clancy, and I immediately thought Tom Clancy, but I think that's wrong, right? Is there any way you could tell me more about Clancy brothers? I'd like to know more about it. That's too big for a fist. Let me pause. There's a lot going on. There is an old Irish song about how British police officer got in trouble for mistaking Hebrew for Gaelic. I mean, there's a modern day German officers are like, you cannot say Irish slogans during protests because they don't know what it means. They ever connected to the art of the culture? Not African cultures, at least mine. Art plays a huge role, mainly art and poetry. Well, for the German side, not as much. For some reasons. I do like old limericks, I learn a lot of shoot, what are they called? I do a lot of music for the Irish culture, right? So I know a lot of son of a bitch, what's it called? What is it? What are they called? They're like little tunes and stuff. Son of a bitch. I'm gonna know this in a second here, but whatever. Lindsay Brothers and Tommy Makem were a group of folk singers. Yo! All historic Irish songs back in the 60s. Britain outlawed Gaelic whilst Ireland was under British rule. Interesting. I know the Celtic version, which is fuck me, what are their names? Will you go, lassie, go, and we'll all go together to big wild mountain thyme, all around the blooming heather. Forget what their names are. It's son of a bitch. The Corries, that's who they are. I know the Celtic version. I didn't know Clancy and Tommy. I'll have to look into them. Really, I think that really emphasizes a lot of the cultural exchange between like Gaelic and Celtic, for like a variety of reasons, right? Not that they are the same. I know that people often draw similarities between them, but just like a lot of how English heritage steals a lot from Welsh, and Welsh unfortunately doesn't get a lot in return. The Celtics and the Gaelics tend to have like a lot of like things swap between them. Like what's it called? The song where how's it go? Hard to think of songs when there's a song in the background, but it's like, oh, you'll take the high road and I'll take the low road. I'll be in Scotland afore ye, but me and me true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. That's a good one. Loch Lomond is a good example of no one's really sure whether it started off as an Irish song, it was then adopted by the Celts, or if it was a Celtic song originally, and then an Irish had the different tune or the different words to the tune afterwards. But it's one of those interesting things. I'd love to see more like interplay or like more. I would love to look at more papers and studies that go into the cultural exchange between both of these older cultures. Because of Pete Seeger obsession, had a show called Rainbow Quest. Ooh. Like, I think that's awesome, right? I think it's so cool that cultures can like adopt things from other cultures and make it their own. And it's why it frustrates me a lot with how American culture has forced onto white people this identity of like erasure. And then on the other hand, has just blatantly kind of like culturally appropriated a lot of stuff from minorities and then like excluded them from the practice of it because they're not white enough, right? And it's like, you can't, what the fuck is going on here? If you want to borrow from the culture, that's fine. Everyone's done that throughout all of history. But how are you going to then like deny them from that culture, like in a monetary sense? It's so fucked. It is really borked. I have already messed up all of the proportions. We're just gonna go for the shape design here. Let's see. So he often said, we're all cousins. Mm-hmm. I'm from Sweden and I see a lot of Swedish things in American culture, though they're often a bit butchered. Yeah! Like smorgasbord is a Swedish thing. Yeah, I mean, listen. I'm not going to blame IKEA, right? But I also have a sourdough starter who's named Jungelsklag, son of Gugelorgran, and I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing it wrong, but it's named Jungelsklag, son of Gugelorgran, because there is a teddy bear IKEA is offering called Jungelsklag. I think is how it's pronounced. I think it's fun. They're fun words, right? And as long as people are like open about where they got the culture from, they're like, man, I saw this cool thing and I decided to base the trolls in my fantasy world off of the Swedish concept of trolls back in this poem or whatever, right? That's really fucking cool. What's not cool is when you just fucking lie about it and plagiarize it. That's less cool. Like, just be honest about the inspirations. Why? Are you worried that people are gonna find out you're stealing? It's like, no, that's how inspiration, that's how humans work, right? If someone's gonna be a dick about them, fuck them, right? But also, in return, you can't like exclude people from that culture from participating in that thing, right? Like, you have a responsibility to make whatever representation you have a decent representation, right? Jungelsklag, I think. Let me see, hold on. It's spelled with a D. DJ. I would like to paste that. Why didn't you let me paste it? I'm sorry for the caps. That's just straight from the IKEA website. Jungle. So it's Jungelsklag. Jungelsklag. Okay? Something like that. I did this one. Jingleskog. Drag the O a lot more. Skog is forest, like score, or. So, Jungelskog. Jungelskog, right? Jungelskog. Just take score, pronounce R-E instead, and add a G at the end. Wait, what? So, Jungelskog? Like that? Jungelskog. Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. Have the appropriate way to pronounce Jungelskog now. Thank you. Lovely. You missed out on the baking stream that we did, where I showed everyone how to bake with the sourdough starter. JD for the Jungelskog was the bread stream? Mm-hmm. Jungelskog. 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 Alright, I'm gonna stop. We're gonna move on. So otherwise I'm gonna be saying that until it sounds weird. Jungelskog. I am still doing it. I am still doing it. I'm doing a weird voice for it too. What the hell? Jungelskog. It's pretty. I like the way that like Norfolk pronounce. Is that the correct term? for people from like Finland, Sweden, Norway, stuff like that. Flex on your fellow Americans who are more accurate Swedish. Yeah, I did Knife Ninja, so we gotta do some nuts. Yeah. Absolutely. Let's go. Panda Man. Oh, he looks horrified. Referred to as Scandinavians. Scandinavians. Okay. Is there like a major difference? I'm getting it wrong. I'm like 2 gestures away. I should have been done way earlier. I apologize because I know you need to sleep. You guys gotta give me some good chicken stock recipes, because like I don't know what to cook with it. I could just make the same chicken breast recipe and then use it for the sauce, or like make some rice with it, I guess. But I feel like I want to do something else with it. I was thinking maybe ramen, but I don't have any of the other stuff prepared. But it wouldn't be too hard to do it. Like I just have to go buy some stuff for the what's it called? Shoot, what is it? It's that's way more to the right. Protein shake, 2 scoops. Alright, listen here, you. Someone needs to put Kit on watch. They're the only mod here right now, but they need to be on watch. We're not touching enough grass. That's why you have the badge, remember? Remember your sins? Right? Ooh, that's our figures done. Bam, bam, bam. Let's line them all up. Imagine touching grass. Listen, y'all better be touching grass. I get around here and I find out none of you MFers have been out enjoying the wonders and the beauty of nature. I'm going to be quite upset. Me when I am out enjoying the wonders and beauty of nature. Yippee! Hi! Ah! Hoo! Me when I am inside, stuck all day in front of the bad screen. Boo! Boo! Y'all been touching ass. Wait, now hold on. Am I against this? Maybe, probably not. You know what? Both of those are fine. Y'all better be doing both. Y'all better be out there touching ass and smoking grass. As the kids say. That's a fucking, I want a 9. The number 9. Christ on a bike. Okay. Thank you. That was figure number 69. It's pretty cool. Have 7.5 hours on Reddit this week. It's only Thursday. Oh, hey, HC. I didn't even see you. I'm sorry for missing you. How are you going, HC Gamer Girl? I hope you're doing fine. It is my 69th day of figure drawings since I have started doing this whole 6-month thing. We are getting pretty close to just 20 days away from halfway. So we're not quite there, but doing pretty good, I think. Okay, you wanted me to deal with some perspective stuff. I think you may have already sent me. 9 large number, 6 extra What? Alright, let's go ahead and add it in there. I am looking at the message. I am beholding the message. There is no message. What message? Messages? Apple juice on Twitch. When you think number 9, it made me think of the Big Smoke meme. Big Smoke. Cowboy and gestures. Cowboy and gestures? What cowboy and gestures? What are you talking about, Magic Man? What do your funny words mean? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I have 2 number 9s, number 9 large, number 6, 6 with extra dip, that's number 7, 2 number 45, there's 1 with cheese, large soda. Me at the drive-thru. I order that much food. I consume it all. My cardiologist is not happy with me. What was I doing? Scroll the chats. Maybe those gestures too. I still need that cowboy. I have not forgot. Cowboy study in one. It's not even a cowboy study. I just drew a cowboy for like, I just drew kid for a little bit. God, he's so tall. Changing Discord a little bit. Welcome to Sprung Channel, where no one knows what the fuck is going on because there's 37 different conversations happening on this. It's true, it's true. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, what am I doing about perspective? Someone said perspective. What's going on? What's happening? If not, I'm gonna go work on the thing that I needed to do. Okay, I'm going to just start working on my pencils because I'm just sitting here doing nothing. Oh, thank you again for the subscription kit. I appreciate it a lot. I can't believe it's already been 3 months. Gosh, I can't believe it's already been 3 months. What the hell? I'm so fucking cooked. I'm so cooked. That's gonna give people motion sickness. I can't do that. Alright, I'm gonna start working on this because I need to get the shiz done. You just sent it. Sigh. Alright. Gotta have these things ready to go. Alright. The image. Alright. First of all, really awesome mech designs. I like the fucking cylinders and shapes that you're going for. This is really good. I would, slight pet peeve, you gotta, and I do this all the time, right? Think of this as sphere, right? And the only reason is just because it's what's it called? Your brain identifies the difference between a circle and a sphere, right? After the study links on using primitives helped me tenfold in the exercise, felt doable and within my own reach. Felt a bit off to work on wires, joints, and connections. I wouldn't worry about the wires, joints, and connections. I think you did an excellent job. Okay, circles? If you are talking about this object as a circle, this is a sphere. But Sprung, I want to. Oh my gosh. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Okay, so I can kind of sense that there is a bit... You gotta stop with the balls. I can kind of sense a little bit where you feel the perspective might be off. And that's because if I was to draw a center point through this sphere, right? Like this. Say these are the perspectives, right? Right? This, to be like aligned or whatever with the other side, would be here, right? Which means that this has to keep following, and to be the same thickness, it is going to be more obscured than this side, right? Let's do a little demonstration. I draw a sphere. Let's zoom in because I always zoom out for these. If you draw a sphere and you put this on this side, cylinder out here, and you follow this line all the way through, the other end, you're not going to see it on the other side, right? It's going to be obscured by the cylinder. Right, this should be more like this. And you're like, oh no, how do I make sure that people know that it's the same thing on both sides? Here's the best part about it. You really don't, right? With machines, you do a little bit. So we can change the perspective a little bit in the sense that we have our sphere. Instead, we're gonna have our cylinder come out here, way more like flat, right? And transfer over to the other side. And this is much smaller than the other side, but that's kind of okay. The human brain is like, oh, okay, this thing is going to be the same on that side or whatever. And I'm really sitting on the wrong side of my chair to be able to see this, because this sphere is really off. Right? The human brain just kind of is like, okay, so this robot has a thing going on that side as well, and we're going to assume that whatever we see on this side is going to be the same on that side. What else do you have on there? Like, whatever, right? This one has like little notches and stuff. The other thing is, you don't really need to draw all the notches. You can kind of just like imply a lot of them. And of course, this is like a 10-second thing. The red is burning your eyes. Is it not easy to see? I assumed it would be easier. We can try black. Is that better? Okay, cool. Bit disappointed in myself a little bit because I'm just too lazy to double check. That's fine. It's not even that you're not double checking. It's just that, what's it called? It's not that you're not double checking. It's that a lot of these things you're just not thinking about. And it's not your fault. It's because you're literally trying to compute the entire rendering engine of the universe in your brain, right? And we can only ever learn it a little bit at a time. And making these kinds of failures lets you know, oh, next time I'll think about this, right? So, it's good that you make this mistake because it makes it easier to remember. Think about it like that, I guess. So yeah, when we compare that to this, the only real thing is that you're kind of just, you should have started here instead of out here, right? This should have continued to about here, like that. And so it's this idea that you need to be okay with obscuring, because I know what's going on, right? In your brain, you're thinking, how will they know if I don't show them? And you kind of have to trust that the mystique of not knowing is more interesting than knowing everything. I could have this, and maybe I'll just add like this little rocket launcher silo or something, right? Maybe that comes out. And so like, okay, this side of the ear is slightly different than the other side of the ear, right? And this one's got like the H on it. Maybe the other one doesn't have the H. I think it's an asymmetrical design is really good. It helps a lot. And by differentiating it just by a couple of small details, it's way more interesting. So good job on thinking about that. Right? I also want to talk about this ridge line down the middle. It's very good. And it's just a matter of applying this sort of like perspective evenly all the way around. Erasing the things that you can't see. It is very hard to use spheres. I will give you that. That's why you tend to see with mechs, you're not using a lot of like smooth shapes, or if you are, you're using like a lot of subsequently smooth shapes. And what I mean by that is that you're not going to use a sphere for a shoulder. You're going to use a shoulder shape that has like this exact curvature and that has been like smoothed out, right? Because now you can do this application of smoothness from anywhere, right? Roundness tends to be a little bit more use case, I guess. So that you don't have to think about constantly this like circle perspective, sphere perspective. Because it's a little harder to place on a, like a form. There's no landmarks on like a formless sphere. You'll find time and time again, even if you follow Peculiar, for example, they've said that their hardest character to draw is the Dandy Demon Caesar himself. And that's simply because the character is just like a circle. Like, and it's hard to get the circle right and show the perspective. You really want to lean into this like perspective thing, right? So anything you can like obscure by this thing in the middle, you want to try and obscure that. Create some T-lines, give some distance, right? I see you've added the wires. It's a good way to go about it. I like these little cylinder things. They are a little bit out of perspective from each other. So that's where this sphere would start down here. More or less. Yeah. And again, this one just comes back down to that. You're going to hide stuff. And hiding it can be more interesting than showing it. How am I doing this? The middle ridge, I wanted to add a groove along the edge, maybe even a wire gap. How to map this? Yeah. You just kind of, it's the same thing, right? These guys are, you can imagine them as like its own perspective circle, right? something like that. Because remember, the way you can map the spheroid is by just going around and cutting it into ovals on different planes. Oopsie daisy. Right? These are all ways to map around a spheroid. Because you're cutting through the center plane. And it doesn't, like, there's a way to do it perfect, right? By drawing a, like, rulered out rectangle. Right? And then drawing the circle from there. Or whatever. There's a way to do it, but I wouldn't worry about it. You just want to aim for believable, right? So is there a more intuitive way to draw that conveys shape thing in perspective? It's easily the hardest part. The what? The conv shape. Cone shape? What's it called? You mean the cone shape? Or the convective shape? What do you mean? The cone with the base cut out. That's pretty much it, right? It's just a cylinder with a taper to it. I think you did a fine job. The only thing I might say is that as it rotates around a plane, right? It's going to go more and more angled directly away from the thing, right? So the cylinder is going to be the same, but around a different plane. So instead of having that, be like that. Does that make sense? Yeah, I would just do the practices on a rectangle first, right? So here is what it looks like in a flat orthographic plane. And as you rotate, it looks like this, right? Oops. All right. Do that all the way around. Orthographic plane. That might be it. Then you can do like a 2D plane, right? And so you have cone cylinder. That. A good one for this is actually the draw box practice, where you have two shapes like this. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to maintain the same angle of oval through the ring. This will get your oval control in. This one's not bad. That's a pretty good one for keeping the angle of the oval the same. If you're having trouble with controlling the size, one of my favorites is you have a circle This is your target circle. And then you kind of just... This one will work your shoulder. Looks really easy, but if you try it, give it a shot, right? It's really hard. You can make it harder by making the circle really small. Your goal is to maintain all of the ovals equal size and always return to the same point in the middle. So functionally, you can imagine it as like there's two separate rings, right? There's the inner circle and the outer circle, right? You want all of the circles to come back here, and you want all of the ovals to hit out here, more or less evenly, right? With an even amount of space in between, as much as you can. That'll get you a lot of like good shoulder control. Because if you give it a shot, like I promise, try it right now with whatever you have on hand. This is a really rough one. This is one that will bully the shit out of you if you do not use your shoulder and if you do not keep everything loose. Other than that, I think your perspective is pretty good. I think it's decent. It works, it does the job. And then it's just like wires and stuff. You don't need all those. But you do want to keep track of the way the cylinder is moving, because they're going to have an equal rotation to that. Oops. I've gotten the perspective wrong on the cylinder a little bit. Cool. Alright. For aesthetic help, I got stuck with the box next thing. You have added to draw more interesting. Yes, the grooves on the outside are really fun. Just because they are easy. Sometimes it's nice to have an easy one. All you gotta do is follow the same perspective and just kind of cross it. For design help, let's see how I would have made it more interesting instead of this like box, which I don't think the box is bad. I think it transitions to like a different kind of robot though, right? So I think I probably would have reinforced the boxiness, right? But what I mean by that, right, is double down, right? It's okay. Like, if you think, oh, this looks kind of bad, right? Sometimes the only difference between like something that looks kind of bad and something that looks good is, did you add enough of it, right? Saying, oh, this character is too boxy. Well, what if we added more boxes, right? What if the whole point we wanted was that it was boxes, right? It is this simple form of computer, right? What if that's the point? So what would that look like if we double down? Right? So we can instead just like add another box. And I'm more of a fan of like having these like reduced edges, right? So because this isn't technically an edge, right? It's not like a hard edge. I'm not gonna see a shadow, so you can go ahead and reduce that. Same thing with the other thing. Okay, let's camp this up. Let us make this really campy, right? What if he had some wacky ass shoulder guards, right? Cylinder down, half cylinder, half cylinder. And then we had tube arms. By tube arms, I quite literally mean just like, what if he had those like vacuum sealed tubes for arms? Okay, cool. And he had like claw fingers. Really like classic 90s robot. This is just literally me thinking out loud. Like, how would I fix the problem? Is to first identify, is there actually a problem? Or have I just not doubled down far enough? What design aesthetic can I like pull from to justify my actions? Out from now on? Easy? Wait, what? If they help, they're, what I mean by easy is that you just kind of have to like parasitize the perspective of the rest of the box that it's on, right? So this is going this way, this is going this way. This should go that way. This should go that way. So I've failed a little bit here. That's okay, we can just copy it again. Right? No harm done. And then for the robot, let's keep going with this like aesthetic of boxes and tubes, right? This guy looks like he came to kill all humans and he's from the 90s. From a really campy movie. Jimmy Neutron logo right in the site. Yeah. Something like that, like Goddard's, right? Fortunately, have to name him now. Let's call him Zebulon. Sounds like a name, right? And that can be like his signifier, right? He has a big Z cut out on his chest. We can do some fancy stuff with this, right? We can say that everywhere the Z is, if we're looking down at it, we can cut into it. Right, we give it this sort of like 3D effect. Zebulon has come. Oh my Jesus Christ. Right? I didn't really do anything other than just like hide some stuff, right? Perspective on the Z looks suspicious, does it? Probably could do this. This one's probably really wonk. And we have to give him like a toaster style fridge, 90s refrigerator door open thing, right? So he accesses all his important data files. Because they're just files. Like he doesn't have any digital, like it's all just like actual files that he has. And we can reinforce the edges a little bit. Things we want to stand in front of other things by just making them darker. Let's actually cut out a groove so that it looks like this is a door. So because this is a hard edge, it goes all the way around. We're going to emphasize that. Maybe put some joints. But it looks like the door opens. Cool. How do you even think of this stuff? A lot of it is just like, I grew up as a kid who was always daydreaming, and I was always watching TV shows and stuff, right? So it's this like, what's the last thing you saw? Okay, cool. What's the most recent thing you saw? Okay, cool. They'll mess with Unity without AI. Like, come back. Fault? What? No! No coming back faults. I think the Z perspective looks fine. So, you know, one of those things, it's like, is the design bad, or have you just not pushed it far enough, right? Because for a boxy character, this looks pretty good for Zebulon, right? We want this kind of boxy look, and that neck makes it much better, right? And we can add some changes, right? So we can have like a cylinder shape down here, and that's going to like counteract, because maybe he has treads. That's how he gets around in life, is he has these fucking tank treads. That's right, Zebulon works off of tank controls. Doing the stock guidelines is so impressive. Is your avatar talking just a loop, or does it have lip sync? It is mostly just a loop, and the eyes are on a loop as well. So you'll notice that both of the loops are synced up. So if I talk and like blink at the same time. Thank you for the robot. For the like of the robot. Say thank you, but it's pretty much all right. Yes, there are two looping GIFs that are kind of layered on top of each other, and I just have it set up so that one has a higher contrast and the other one has a lower light, right? So it lights up when I speak. This is a really fun way to set up. Although the next one I think is going to just have like an open mouth for the talking animation instead of the loop sync for the talking, because it's... I'm not super happy with it, because sometimes I'll just make sounds. It won't look the same. I don't like this tank tread. No? No! I don't have to worry about that because it's on a different layer. Important thing about tank treads to understand is that we have the tank tread like this, and then the wheel fills in this small little gap down here. and it rides in a groove on the treads that all of the treads have, right? So I think this is the bottom of a tank tread. We have this like groove section, and then like this lip section that comes back down. So that's what a tank tread looks like. And then they just kind of link up to each other with like a hinge, and that hinge is on both sides. One is a male hinge, the other one's a female hinge. They can connect that way. So it makes them pretty versatile, but you know, it can still be damaged and stuff. So they're not the end all be all for everything, and they tend to damage the roadways more than wheels do because they're putting actual physical weight on it instead of just like rolling stuff forward. So it doesn't spread the weight as much. But anyway, that goes to show that like, yes, you're gonna have your circles are gonna be slightly offset from the tread itself, so they're not gonna be perfect circles. They're still gonna be fairly good circles though. You want to keep them in perspective best you can. It doesn't matter all that much. As far as Zebulon is concerned, right? Like, he doesn't understand any of this shit. He just wants to conquer the world. Unfortunately aware of the fact that he's been programmed so that even if he does try to conquer the world, he always fails somehow. Poor Zebulon. Okay, so that would be for that one, right? Really, it's just a matter of hiding stuff appropriately. So I'm still not happy with this one as much. I think I was just making it a bit too small. Yeah, that's better. For this one I think you did an excellent job. I can see here your construction. You just gotta build up that tolerance for what is and is not believable, right? The only one who's struggling with it, yeah, exactly. But it doesn't, you don't have to be perfect with it, you just have to make it believable enough. They're practicing perspective for the most part. So it's just a good way to start breaking down, what's it called? What does the H mean? What does the H mean? What are you talking about? What H? Z? The gear side on this head. I don't know, you put an H here, and so I was like, okay, I'll just put this H there. Seemed as just like a height knob or something, I don't know. Once again, ducking lore. Handsome fella, there we go, the handsome knob. It increases how handsome he is when he rotates it. It's what allows him to hide amongst humans, right? He just dials his handsome knob until he's indistinguishable from a person. That's how he gets away with it, right? They're like, a robot did it. And then he dials his knob until he looks like a person. And then he's like, bam. It's worm related. Has T been on here this week? They were on here Tuesday, I think, because I stayed up late. So they were here Tuesday. Might be here today. Anyway, for the like, in terms of this one, I'm gonna go ahead and just leave you to fix it. However you think you need to fix it, right? I think it's pretty good. It's not bad as far as like perspective goes, but like I said, I think the designs are fun. It's just a matter of you implementing them, right? But yeah, I'm going to just end that there. We're going to lock the layer and then change the color to like a blue so that it's easier for you to see what I've changed. That doesn't help either. That's it. Maybe a darker red. Yes, a darker red might work. Because I need to get to my figure drawings. Not my figure drawings. I've already done my figure drawings. What am I talking about? I need to get to the comic book stuff. If I don't finish that today, I'm going to be very sad about myself. Should be putting these in our stuff for streams. Okay, let's put this in its own folder. Cowboy and the gestures, they're already in there. Proud to ask, what happened to the M Bison work in progress from 3 years ago? What are you talking about? The M Bison work in progress. I'm pretty sure I posted it. Where did I put it? Um, hmm. I've used it as a sticker, so I know. Sure. Talking about this one? Sent you the one. What are you talking about? Oh no, that was just a study. That's not a work in progress. I was just trying to get the portions and everything right for this. It's literally just a copy study. What? What are you talking about? I've told people to do copy studies. I think copy studies and trace studies are very good. I got everything I wanted out of it. I have literally said you should just do things to the point of completion, right? I've told you, if you're trying to learn hands, don't do the entire piece. Just break off the part you're trying to learn. You're just working on anatomy, just work on the anatomy part. I have quite literally and explicitly said you don't have to do all of it all the time. Okay, so first of all, we have Venetrix. should draw bigger so it's easier for people to see what I'm doing. Hey, thanks for the 100 bits, Kit.
Truly unexpected. Am I right? In shadow I serve, and to shadow I will return.
You should save your money for doing what's it called? Fixing your internet. What am I looking at? What's in my Discord? Oh. Discord on my phone has crashed. Interesting. Yeah, the Interstellar Songbird. Silence. Have chickens. Nice. Currently in prison. What in the world? Aw, little doggy. That's funny. That's really funny. Okay, what am I doing? Interesting. Share the joke of the class, Mr. Stewart. Sorry. No, someone shared a picture of their dog and they'd like jumped into the river and they pulled along their human with them. And it was really funny. I apologize. It's unfortunately not something you can. Well, I could probably share it, but I don't think it would make as much sense to just randomly drop it into the Discord server as maybe some of the other stuff. Oops. Nope, nope, nope. We need to be playing this way. And this belly button is in the wrong place. Human anatomy. When did you start drawing not safe for work? And was it always the goal? Going to study paper faces next, take a little break from next. When did I start drawing not safe for work? When did I start drawing? I don't know these answers. I don't know the answer to your question. Not in any way that is really meaningful, right? I think I started doing voice porn a lot more than doing drawing and art and stuff, sort of like at the same time. I didn't really have any goal. You know, it's kind of been lost to time, right? I wanted to do it primarily. I started drawing because I wanted to write stories, right? And so drawing became this way. We're saying I need to give it a listen. It's fine. It's all very old stuff. So depends. What's it called? I started drawing because I just enjoyed that it made sense to me. And then I continued doing it because I was like, you know what? I want to be able to illustrate my own stories, right? I want to write stories and I want to be able to like illustrate them in like book chapters. You know how they have like I think Tolkien did illustrations for like each chapter for the original Lord of the Rings. I was like, that's cool. I want that really like Old West sort of like pencil gesture drawings that they have. And I do it about the orc world that I had envisioned. And so the entire sense of like draftsmanship has always been like a sense of I want to move towards that goal, right? And so it's been less about not safe for work stuff versus not safe for work stuff. It's more just like, okay, well, at this point, it's like I'm still on that improving on art stuff. I might as well try and make it a career, I guess. I don't know. I don't think I'm that terribly close. There's still like so much that I have to work on to even get close to that, right? It's a lot of like, how do I say this? There's a lot of like gestural muscle memory that needs to build up over time that I'm worried that I'm never going to get around to. But I'll probably get there eventually, right? There's just this sort of like ease by which those old pencil gesture artists, right, will blotch out a shape and then like outline it and give it like this defined form. I'm trying to think of a really good one. There's one that I like and I forget their name all the time. I think they're a Swedish artist. I can't remember. But stuff like Death Dealer from what's it called? Frank Frazetta. Like those things are close, but they're not pencil, right? No, I'm doing the gestures because it's different. It's sort of like a buildup of the believability of the form and the nature. And like, yes, it does get me close to that goal, but it's not the reason why I'm doing it. The reason I'm doing the gestures is because that amount of time limit and that amount of like forced work is going to improve your art dramatically. That's more the reason why I'm doing it. I've always just kind of seen it as like, I just want to be really good at being a good, like, I want to have really good draftsmanship. That's been pretty much my entire goal. And I just happen to also really like porn. And I just kind of... Interesting. I think you're further than you think. Yeah, wait, what? That's exactly what I said. Oh, further into the journey. We'll see. We will see, ultimately. Like, hold on a second, that's weird. We'll see. Like, if I can't get a job, right, doing art stuff, I'm definitely not closer than I think. I'm definitely farther. Not to mention the Herculean task that it is to actually like write a novel or do a comic or anything, right? It's so far. It's so far away. Everything I want to do is so far away. Because it's all my own dumb standards, right? It's not like someone else's standards that matter. It's entirely just my own standards that matter to me. So it kind of irks me whenever they're like, oh, if people aren't told to work hard, they won't work hard. It's like, you have never had a passion in your entire life. You don't even know what you are capable of, let alone what others are capable of. How many fingers does Venatrix have? Forget. It's that there is nothing to cook. They've cooked themselves. Pretty sure I gave her 3 fingers total. There we go. Yeah, 3 fingers total. I think I selfishly want to think you're almost there because it gives me hope for myself. Because if you're feeling lost and nowhere near the level you want to achieve, then it's like I have zero hope. I hope it doesn't feel like that for a couple of reasons. One, I want this paradigm shift where I know that I'm nowhere close to my own goals, right? But I'm still trying, and it's been 10 years, right? And in the last 2 years, I have improved massively, right? If I can still see a path forward after 10 years of being hopeless and lost, and I come on here and I'm like, I'm nowhere near what I'm doing. There's so much work I have to do. And you don't see me give up. You see me just like do more figures, do more things, get up here. It's one of these things where it's like, I don't want you to think it's easy. It's not easy, right? I don't want you to see hard work and think that it's hopeless. I want you to see hard work and see that if I'm willing to put in the effort, I will get closer. And then one day, maybe in 2 years, 3 years, however many years, I'll start doing some stuff and someone will tell me, wow, I wish my art looked like your stuff. The stuff that you're doing is amazing. The stuff that you're doing is so above my level. And you can tell them, you know, it wasn't that long ago. I was in your position, right? And the older you get, the less you start to see like 2 years as a lot of time. The less you start to see 10 years as a lot of time, right? I'm 28, right? I'm not old yet. But even now, I'm like, you know what? 5 years ago was 2020. I graduated college. It's so long ago, but also my art looked so different, right? Things that I knew were so different. And it feels sometimes like it was yesterday. 2 years ago is insane that I've gotten this good in 2 years, right? This year alone accounts for so much of my growth. And it's because I finally shut up and put up, right? I didn't give half attempts while I was doing school or just like focus on like a job and like, I'll do art on the side, right? I took 2 years, my most 2 recent years. I was like, okay, I'm going to put in the hard work. I'm going to do the thing. I'm going to do it, right? And it's not easy because I come from an economic position where last year I had a job that was fairly high paying and they let me go. I got that job because of my connections and I managed to save enough because I live with my parents and I had the opportunity to do so that I could instead just live rent free with my parents while I amassed enough savings that I could get my own place. And I mean, I'm running out of rent money. It kind of sucks, but my art has improved massively in the short time that I've done this. So the work isn't easy. The work is hard. The work is going to make you want to give up. The work is going to make you feel hopeless. But you can just turn around and look 2 years ago. My art improved massively because I did the work. You can look at me now, right? And look at your stuff now. And know that the only difference is how much time and effort you've put into it. Because art is a very rewarding field. You get out of it what you put into it, right? And if you want to be a draftsman and you are working at being a painter, you're not going to become a draftsman. You're going to become a painter, right? Which is why it's incredibly important when you go into art to know what you want, right? Beyond drawing comics, beyond making animations, beyond doing stuff, what do I want? I want to have excellent control over my penmanship, my draftsmanship. I want when I draw things, they look like the thing. And so I'm working at that, right? I'm doing my figures, I'm doing my lines, I'm doing my practices, I'm working on perspective still, right? I am getting up there and I know there is so much farther for me to go. And to me, that's awesome, right? Because I have fully fallen in love with the process, right? And it's hard and I like to complain and I complain a lot, right? But at the end of the day, I finished drawing and I'm like, that felt really good. I can't wait to do it again tomorrow. And hopefully that goes on forever until I die. But maybe along the way, hopefully also somebody decides the my art is good enough that they can pay for it, right? And I can make some money off of it. Not because I want to make a lot of money off of it, right? But because someone sees my art and my representations as worth enough to like transfer money in the exchange of me visualizing their idea, right? Because that's a lot of fun also. Whether that's in the form of working on some game dev stuff, whether that's in the form of working on some comics, this idea that you trust me and my ability enough is going to give me a lot of anxiety. But if there's other people on the team that can help guide me and structure me and make me feel more confident because they can tell me what they need and how to get to it, that's going to make me feel a lot better. But that's just me personally, right? That might not be what you're looking for. And that might not be what someone else is looking for. So when you go into art, you can't be like hopeless because the people that are ahead of you, quote unquote, ahead of you, feel hopeless, right? You're going to feel like that your entire life. But you are going to make progress. Because you get out of art what you put into it. And if you want to be a better draftsman, and you work on draftsmanship, you're going to see your draftsmanship improve. And of course, I'm always happy to give pep talks and talks like this because it is very hard. And it can feel really hopeless. And I can get up and I can feel like I've drawn terribly, right? But we try again tomorrow. And that's the thing with like, shit, what was it? Having a community, having friends, having people that are excited and interested to see what you've done. Not because my work or your work is like masterful, right? But because there's growth and there was joy in the creation. And that is kind of genuinely why AI will never replace it. Because so much of art is the journey and not the results that, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people miss out on that because they just want the result. And that sucks, but it is. It does. The friends in the community make it all the more worth it. But that's not the only reason, right? You still do it because you want to be able to have this control and mastery over something that no one can take away from you, right? No one can ever take away your skill as a draftsman. No one can ever take away your ability. The only way they would be able to do it is to cut off your hands. And then you see people drawing with their feet. Like, there is nothing you can do to remove the skill that you have built up. Even in the face of mutilation, in the face of harm, in the face of literal discrimination, artists continue to create. And it's sad that people want to try to take that away. Because it could be them also, right? They could also have that passion. They could also have that ability if they just found the right people to guide them and make it worthwhile. Because getting better at art is hard. And it feels hopeless. And that's why we have people with us. Everyone else, what drives me the most, but at the same time, I get super insecure when I seek that validation elsewhere. It doesn't get engagement. Of course! Of course! Because it's the greater world said we didn't care, right? It's the greater world said we didn't care. And it's one of the things, I don't check social media, right? The only way I ever know if someone makes art that I know is if they tell me directly. And I never want it to feel like, oh, I didn't like your post, so it wasn't good, right? It's entirely because I live under a rock and all I do is I draw. And I get that way too. And that's why I don't post on social media, because it's bad for my mental health. That's why I don't share art with my friends, because they're bad for my mental health. That's why unless people explicitly ask me for art to look at art and stuff, I don't share it with them. Because I know that if I'm the one putting that out into the world, the chance of that being rejected, that hurts. You know? Of course you know. We're talking about this. That's why I hope I get this job, right? Because I know that it can mean a lot if all of the work that I have done pays off for me. Because it shows you and like other people that, hey, this guy got up, he did his figures, he did his drawings, he did his work, he did his practice, he showed up and he put in the effort and it worked out for him. Life's not like that, right? Life is not, you're not going to get a payout for working, but it would be nice to show that it does sometimes. I think I could move this entire shoulder up. That is the wrong lasso tool. Oopsies. It does because you're more than deserving. I don't know about more than deserving of it. I think there's a lot of people that work twice as hard as me. Can I have a quick tip whenever you go on break? Sure. I mean, you can just ask for the tip. Let's accept the compliment we want. I really want to get this done by today. I'll probably finish this by today. I just have this and the other thing, and I don't have anything planned after 5, so I'll maybe won't finish it on stream, but I will definitely finish it today. If it's something I can do quick and easy, then I'll do it. If it's not something I can do quick and easy, then I won't do it. Simple as that. You just gotta trust that I'm gonna be able to make that decision for myself. Mm, I won't know unless you ask. I can just say, no, we'll just do it tomorrow. Yeah, of course. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Mostly out of curiosity at this point. Oh, it'll all work out somehow, probably. I don't know. did get a nice phone call from my dad today. We were talking about how the chicken that I made. Oh, my question was regards mech studies. This is one of my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and I just don't know where to start with breaking down a character like this. Everything is so highly detailed and complex. Never just start. Interesting question. Okay. This is actually a pretty quick one. Because you're asking, where do I start? The answer is you kind of just start at the beginning. So here's a fun trick you can do. And it is use layers and then filter. I think it's Gaussian blur. Like that. 20. It's the same effect. If you can't blur your eyes, this is the same effect, right? And so from here, it's a lot harder to like look at specific shapes and details. So I see a shape. Ooh, Jesus. I see a shape here. Right? I see a shape here. I see a shape here. Right? And then you can even be like, okay, there's a shape on top of that shape. Like this. And there's a shape on top of this, like this. But even this is like a secondary shape that I would maybe not go into on the first pass. I see that there's probably a shape like this going on, if I had to guess. Then there's this shape, right? Ignore the extremities, right? So from the beginning of this, right, we have this functional idea that, and then of course we can do the tail. And just kind of generalize the shape, right? And so you could start doing all those other additional things. You could also pick out tertiary shapes here, or secondary shapes, my bad. Secondary shapes. Like that. And you have more tertiary shape, or secondary shapes here. This heel spike is technically a tertiary shape. By that I mean like anything that's like big enough to stand out is a secondary shape. So these spikes each individually become a secondary shape. Cool. And then you can look for tertiary shapes, which is small shapes that are inside of these big shapes. And I don't mean like on top of them, I mean like inside of them, like fully. For example, the eyes would be a tertiary shape. The nose, I would say, is tertiary, right? You can look for stuff like patterns and details, right? And we're always looking at perspective. How is one shape in front of another shape, right? Right? And you sort of slowly start building up this. I don't actually see the shape there, so I'm not going to do that. How these sort of like things interlock and intermesh, right? And so this is how you start to like pick out what is and is not important. Because like this back, whatever is going on, some spikes, it doesn't really super matter. And if I were to, once again, bring this up, bring it to the side, we now have a better idea of how these things are made up, right? So if I just, once again, take this, lower the opacity, and I grab my reference, I'm like, okay, we're looking at primary shapes. I remember that this head shape was a primary shape. I remember this torso was a primary shape. I remember this cylinder was a primary shape. Okay, what else was a primary shape? Probably the back of the chair. I see that the back of the chair is actually like this instead of the other thing that I had. That's fine. We've learned. Shape. We still join all of this together into one shape because there's a lot of fine details, and we just care about this sort of spike shape that it has. So does this make sense a little bit more? Drawing this 60 days into drawing, I nearly cried with how terrible it was. Yeah! And I assume you didn't have any idea of how to break it down either. Because really look at it from far away, look at it with blurry eyes, whatever, right? The primary shapes stand out a little bit better. And that helps you break down color shapes, that helps you bring down physical shapes, that helps you pull out all these different things, right? So now I know without the blur, oh, okay, instead of being diamonds, these secondary shapes are actually these funnels, right? And what they're doing there is they're providing thrust for the chair or whatever, right? And as you're doing this, talk through it, what they do, right? What is the purpose of this? Like, what is the function here, right? Because it'll help you remember it, right? Bam, bam, bam. Here we have the secondary shape of the ear. I'm still going to simplify it. I'm not worried about the detail. I'm worried about the form, right? These are tertiary shapes, but that's okay. I don't want to add a ton of detail, even at this stage, right? That is not my goal. If I try to add all the detail, I'm not going to understand why these shapes exist to begin with. And then if you're being a real big masochist, like I tend to be, What you're going to do is, instead of doing another trace study, you're going to come over here and just draw the fundamental shapes that you've gathered as their own individual entity, right? But that part is a little bit more in-depth than just me catching all these forms and shapes and doing a trace. The next step for me would be to, like, instead of drawing the cat the exact same way, right? Because now I've done 2 different traces of where the cat is, like, this form, whatever you want to call it. So now there's nothing I can really learn by going into the details, right? The next thing I want to do is just take these big shapes that I've pulled out, right? The big ones. Don't worry too much about like all the details, maybe just like the face details, maybe the big ring or big sapphire, because that helps frame stuff, right? Have this drawing that you've done. You can pull it to the side for reference. And then instead we draw it from, of course. You probably wouldn't, I would not recommend doing a study like this, right? Because it's just like a lot that is going on, and a lot of it is just busy noise, right? And it's hard to pull out what is important. But from a stage like this, on maybe a simpler Mac or something, and you kind of just build on those things over and over and over again. This is exactly what they did. They're like, okay, here's a triangle for an ear. Okay, well, that's really simple and boring. So what else can I do for the ear? It's like, okay, what if there is an outline for the ear? Okay, so now the entire outline of the ear has this one like metal shape, right, that sits on top of it, and that goes all the way around, and we still have this triangle shape, and it comes in, it comes out, and it sits on this boat of metal, right? Okay, that's kind of cool. But now I want to add like a cool fancy ear lock thing on it that's going to like protect it. And then we're gonna, it's like, you know what, it'd be really cool if we had some stripes down the side, right? And you know what, there's fluff that comes out of a cat's ear, so we're gonna put a metal thing that goes out. And you know what, spikes. That's it. It's just spikes, right? We can see the head coming out through the back. There's a lot going on, and it's very hard for you to see because I zoomed way the fuck out. But you know, you go from this simple triangle shape to this whatever, right? My recommendation is, if you find a mech that is just reasonable enough, right, to do, break it down to this shape and then like draw it from a side angle, right? Maybe you're drawing it from, the cat is here and they are looking up. So you have to put into shape all of these different forms that you've learned in a different angle. And you can have most of the things the same, right? Little spikes on their hands, right? And the big thing is that this cylinder is supposed to look like both a power battery and a wheelchair, right? We're just going to put that in, and then we're going to have the legs coming off of it, right? And it doesn't have to be perfect. You just have to be thinking about how these forms interact in space. And just this main big form. Don't try to like copy the whole thing. I'm like, okay, well, these are like cylinders that come off the back. Just like our paper faces, they kind of just roll into it. Oops. Make something up for that. Okay, and that's enough to be like, I have been distracted by this. But see, it was really quick to just say, okay, take this idea that I have, and I want to go ahead and break down the fundamental aspects of it, and then start thinking of all these individual forms as individual forms that have purpose, right? And you can look at your copy that you do, or you can look at the original reference, right? When you draw these secondary ones, but don't get bogged down by the details. You notice I'm not here trying to draw every single, like, ooh, all the little cursed gems that come in here, right? It's like, oh, it's got like different layers or whatever, right? No, that is not part of it. That is all tertiary detail. The only tertiary detail you really ever care about is the face. Secondary details only. Cool. It helps you really like put into context how these shapes move in 3D space. I don't know if it would help to have this. Leaves on the vine, falling so slowly like tiny fragile shells. In the foam, little soldier boy comes marching home. Brave soldier boy comes marching home. It's not Sprint song. But yeah, fundamental stuff like that. Pretty easy. When you have the context for it. Sorry, I'm looking at other things. I will send this one to the Discord chat. Okay, let's merge these two layers together. Cool. And let's save and probably shouldn't have had all that stuff. I am hankering for some pee time. can't remember where this one connects. I think it connects under the muscles. This comes more here. Like this. See a lot of Nomex and a lot of commission seats as well. I mean, it's reasonable, right? It's a lot of people. Like, I don't know if I would do a Mac commission, right? It's just like people want a ton of detail and they take a lot of time to get all that detail in. And it's like, is it really worth it? I don't think it's like a skill level for that many artists. I can certainly understand why someone would put Nomex on their sheet. The Met guy. For sure. Just start doing it, right? All the like Met guys started just like drawing and drawing with pen, by the way. I highly recommend if you want to draw mechs, you draw with pen. It's one of those things where you get really good at perspective really fast because you have to live with commitment. So it makes you really choose between, do I need to start over or do I like, can I just fix it? And microns. Everyone I know that draws mechs uses microns. Mostly because I draw mechs sometimes and I use microns. The micron pens. It's like the felt tip marker pens sort of a deal. I'm surprised you don't know. They're fairly ubiquitous, I thought. Might have been wrong though. You've done Drawbox. If you watch the introduction video to like what pen you should be using in Drawbox, it's that pen. Definitely can't access that. I could only ever get all points. Really? I'm sorry to see that. Usually it's stock standard in most art supply stores, but I don't know what the difference is between cities over there and like art supplies and stuff. I'm sure the gap is wider than I would imagine. But yeah, by the way, to your point, definitely oh, good night, Kit. That ran the goon. Oh, sorry. I thought you wanted to sleep already. um, what's it called? To your point, I haven't done any inking or like shading. Like this is all just storyboard stuff. Ooh. Definitely gotta go to the bathroom though. Zoom in. Zoom in nowhere. Oh, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Maho. Wait. You got it. Dog is a pervert. My dog is a pervert. And he should be shamed as such. I went to the bathroom and Maho was just sitting there. Oh, scratching lights off. Maho was just sitting there staring at me as I was in the bathroom. Pervert. Hentai. Whoa. Get. Whoa. Baby boy. Alright. I cast Summon Dog. Okay. Cool. I feel like it has to be because a lot of these character concepts and stuff don't really like match up with human forms. So there has to be some sort of like more detailed sketch. This wrist is too small. probably just color this in. What is effectively just like a bunch of doodle pages, though. I don't know if this will get me anything. The like weights. I forgot to add the like weights. Oh my god. Oh my heart.
Good night, Sprung. Thanks for all
Good
your
night,
help
Kit.
and kindness. Enjoy
Of
the
course.
rest of your day, Sprung Too Hard.
Sleep well, and I hope you have a good night. My little heart. Oh my god. I'm just going to use lasso tool for this. Just too much fine detail operation, I think. And kill my wrist. Hmm. All right, let's draw a spaceship. Let's draw a spaceship. We got 30 minutes. Let's draw the things that are necessary for the spaceship. A door, probably. What's going on? Did I mess up? I messed up big. I should learn how to make rangoons, like crab rangoons at home. Wait, what? What is this? Wait, is that Pedro Pascal as... What's the name of the character? Aoi. Yo, Black Tea! How's it going? Welcome, welcome. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at this image. Crab that ran the coop. You just missed Kit. Kit fell asleep. They're wondering how you were. I told them that you were doing well. If I lied to them, it will haunt me forever. So I hope you're doing well. I'm glad you're doing well. We are vibing. So for Aoi, I arrive after it has to be balanced. Exactly. I'm here the whole time. I get to hear Aoi every time. It's amazing. I think the secret is if you want to hear Aoi every time, you should be the streamer. I think that's the secret. People will hate me for saying it, but You would destroy me as my rival. But we could stream together, so it'd be fun. We could do what that they have like the stream together stuff on Twitch, right? Alright, you missed the robot demo. We made Zebulon because Kit was asking about how do they make this like character, like fix the perspective and make the character more believable. And I was like, just like fucking lean into the box. Like do not be afraid or ashamed of the box, right? You lean into how boxy the neck is and just like stack shit, make it look more 90s and stuff. And so we did Zebulon. It's a fridge robot. He has, okay, so the reason why he has a door is because he has files, right? But they're actual physical files. Like he actually, he has no onboard storage. So he has to, his goal is to take over the world and destroy humanity. He is unfortunately unaware of the fact that he's been programmed to fail at it every time. So, pour one out for Zebulon. He's a real one for sure. He's caught in this capitalistic rat race just like the rest of us, let me tell you. He's got a big Z on his chest though. The Z is for Zebulon. But yeah, that was a lot of fun to do. Other than that, you haven't really missed much. I gave a demo on how to break down really complex shapes using Gaussian blur, right? Ugh, bless me. As I, person who's also programmed to fail. No, you're not. You're doing fine. I believe in you and your capacity to achieve your goals. Thank you. Thank you. No one ever says it anymore. I also had to give Kit a pep talk because they were like, you gotta be closer, because if you're not closer, then what hope do I have? And it's like, no, that's not the secret. The secret is not to like look at someone who does amazing and be like, you are my goal. The secret is to look at someone who's doing amazing and be like, I hope that we all succeed together. That's the only way we're making it out of this hellscape. If we all work together. What am I doing? Let's flip this instead. Me, I feel people inspire me like your art. Plus the whole person's better than me, so I'll just quit please. Yeah! To join earlier, so Kid has 2 peptides. All looks amazing, by the way. Love the floating brain. Yeah! I love Cranio also. I think Cranio is a fun look. I really wanted to include them because I like the design. It's a really simple design and I think it shows off versatility, right? And so I really wanted to add them, but I felt like they were getting like bloating. It's 5 pages and I have, what is it? Cragmore, Venatrix, Rickjaw, Cranio, and Meek. So that's 5 pages and 5 characters, right? Cranio have a knife. Cranio has the MacGuffin that everyone's after. So I don't know if this reads super well. But we have panel 1, MacGuffin falls out of box. Panel 2, Cranio picks up MacGuffin and has like a stare down with Rickjaw. And he's like, nah, I'm out of here. And so he's like, flies away. And Rickjaw's like, hold up, boy. Where you going? And then as like Cranio is being sexually harassed by Rickjaw, Venatrix snatches it out of their hand and then she flies up to her spaceship. And she's like, later nerds. You guys all fucking suck. We'll see if this will get me a job. I doubt that it will. If this doesn't get you a job, you might as well sell your soul to the devil. I would, but he keeps rejecting my calls. He's like, no, I already have your friend's soul. I don't need yours. And I'm like, motherfucker. Should have come to me first. Wants to you see suffer with your soul intact, right? What a fucking nerd. What a fucking nerd. How thick should the door be? About this thick, I think. I think the devil has something personally against you. Yeah, right? Like, what is... Is it because I'm Irish? Huh? Is that it? Fucking, I'll fight you. Oh, it's just because I'm a wee bit Irish. The devil's too scared to come and take my soul. Because I'm a good Catholic boy. It's the Catholicism for sure. Right? The discrimination of the lad. His mother ought to be ashamed of herself for raising such a boy like that. Have you heard of the game called Judero? No, I have not. What is that? What is that about? Goodness gracious. Oh, do the rotten bog, the bog down in the valley, oh, do the rotten bog down in the valley, oh, and in that bog there was, oh, do the rotten bog. Oh shit. Son of a bitch. Oh, don't tell me. What? How? Where? Oh, in the hand. Of course. Duh. Dummy. So fuck. It's a game made with stop motion. It's a game made with stop motion game containing Irish folklore. It's perfect. Wait, what? I gotta find this up. I gotta find this. Yep. Oh my god. Rich folk history of the Scottish borders. Nice. Jack King Spooner. He has the ability to control enemies with his mind. Wild. That's pretty good. It has like fucking 4.5 stars. That's really cool. No, you're good. I was doing the exact same thing as far as like we had somebody show up who was really into like Irish folklore and stuff. This is cool to see. I think that's I was talking about also, yeah, we had a viewer earlier that was really into Irish folklore and stuff. And so I get to look at a whole new group of musicians because I didn't know they exist. That's gonna be fun. When she's me. Yeah, right? It's so fun. So it's the Clancy brothers, which I had no idea what they were at the time, but now I know that they are a group of folk singers who are trying to reintroduce Irish music, folk music, during a time when the British rule had basically just prevented them from doing so. We've been doing 07 all week. I don't know, I don't have any proclivities to the number 7. In fact, I like the number 4 more than the number 7. We've been doing 07 all week for some reason. So that's how it will be. She did it. This one's always a lot of fun to listen to. Yeah, Clancy Brothers. Give 'em a listen. I would put them on right now, but I don't know how much of that is like copyright protected. It's the unfortunate thing, right? It's like I can't just do that. I mean, to be fair, I probably could. Ugh. Risk it, risk it. I'm not gonna risk. Well, we can take a look. Hold on. Fancy Brothers Public Domain. There's the Moonshiner. Down by the Glen side. Let's try. No risk it. Well, we can take a look. Just a little bit, you know? Unable to fetch video information. Why is it unable to fetch video information? Go away, you fucking bullshit. I feel like because I can't even like check the copyright status, I feel like it's not even like that's a check unto itself, right? Like that's problematic, right? Failed to fetch video. Interesting. Which is wild because it does like load the information. Yeah, I'm not gonna. It's so fine. It's so normal and safe. Failed? Well, what the fuck? Yeah, it just doesn't want to check it at all. I will post this link in the Discord so I don't forget about it, and also so you guys can listen to it. I can't. Why isn't this letting me? Ba-da-bum. Bum. I must take down my rifle by making him play copyrighted music. It would just silence this part of the stream that has it. What? You're not getting it. You're not getting rid of me so easily. Alright, alright, alright. So now if I do grab of the entire thing, it should be everything except for the inside, and it's not. So why? I can see the lines where there are what's it called? These lines coming through, right? Oh, there's a big fucking hole right there. That's probably why. Okay, I think that should take care of it. Nope, did not. Did not do the thing. But why didn't it? Peculiar question indeed. It's not in the legs because they're completely blocked off. I guess the only thing I can really do is just try sealing it again. Okay, it's definitely getting in a different way than there. I just don't know where. Oh wow, it's cloudy outside today. Was that my trees falling over? Hey, there we go. Now it's sealed. Now, do I want to probably on a different layer, right? Let's do it on a different layer. No, actually, I want it like that. Yeah, cool. Oh, I made a mistake here, haven't I? Okay, I'm fine. Wow, it is really dark outside. What the fuck? What's the weather saying? Looks like we're gonna get some major thunderstorms until 7 p.m. That is a shame. He's already quite upset. You're okay, bud. Don't worry. I swear to God, I just... Okay. It's going to do the thing that I want it to do. Yes. Yes, it will. Nice. No, no, it's not, because I'm dumb. Not because the item itself is bad. Okay, cool. Mao has begun his ritual. He's trying to do his little alligator groans at me. Oh, here's a good move. Welcome, welcome. The red panda is very appreciated. I think everyone loves it. That one's a bit much. Let's go back down to like 10% passing. And then let's tint everything very slightly. Forgot to tail. That's true. I did not even notice the tail noise. Hanging on across. Tail's optional, exactly. You don't have to worry about tails. My little baby boy, I know that you're scared, but you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry. Hey, buddy. Just a little bit of thunderstorms. Let's give the baby a treat. You guys can't see him. That's okay. I'm gonna assume that Moob cast Summon Dog. It's okay. He's a baby boy. Oh, son of a bitch. I did it. The dog returns. Hi, I know, baby boy. I can't help you right now. It's just a little thunderstorm. Hmm. Alright, is there anywhere I should pop in the room? Probably here. The head looks way more shimmy shapey than usual. Way more shimmy shapey. Okay, that's the wrong one. Control C. Control V. That's the wrong fucking thing. Oh, I'm on the wrong fucking layer. I'm sorry, what? Alright, cool. I think this is fine. This is very good. Now, my dog is very concerned. I have one more page left to do. I might just do it offline. Because right now, my little baby boy, heart of my heart, oops, just a little bit uncomfortable. He is just a little uncomfy. I'm really happy how this one came out total. That's the wrong number. Comfort the boy. Exactly. So I'm gonna have to do that. But yeah, I'm happy that you guys showed up. I'll probably finish this one here in a little bit after I do this, and then I'll message Kit about it. I don't know. And then I'll send the email tonight. Hopefully. We'll see. If Kit approves of the comic. If Kit says the comic is good enough to send, then I will send it in. But otherwise, it's whatever. I like the panel a lot too. Many more panels to go. I think panel 4 is still my favorite. The one with the rabbit and the run. That one's still good. It won't approve, I will. Well, I'd like the best chance of getting hired, right? So we'll see. And if they don't accept it, I can chop around a little bit. And if that doesn't work, then I'm working at McDonald's probably. Oh, wow. Thank you all so much for showing up. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. If I don't finish this, then tomorrow we're going to be doing that. If I do finish this, tomorrow we'll be playing some game, probably. I don't know. We'll have to see. But yeah, thanks so much. Bye-bye. That is for streaming. Also, it's because I'm scared there's a thunderstorm and it's going to cut out my power for some reason.